Hi there, hello. Sorry for the late start. Oh, I'm not gonna use my webcam today. I'm feeling kind of under the weather. I just don't feel like worrying about how tired I look and all that, you know. If anyone wonders where I am, I'm still here, obviously.
It's over 9,000!
So I'm not sure how, but Corlex milk is broken for the silliest reason. We just don't have any empty milk barrels. So somehow, despite not being overloaded at all, is the issue that we... Okay, maybe the issue is that it's actually turned off because it's just overflowing with milk. And it represents itself as not enough milk barrels because milk barrels is actually treated as the sum of full barrels plus empty barrels. I see. Yeah, so it's not that we don't have any milk, it's that we gotta give those teats a rest. I was like looking at the belt thinking, wait, those are all full of milk. That is a lot of milk. We have 266,000 in that thing. We've got 6,000 filled milk barrels, each which contains 50 units, I think. Another 300,000. Interesting that if you were to compare like sheer volume of shipping and storing, barrels are like really good. These have a stack size of 100, so a train could move 4,000 barrels at once. That's 200,000 fluid instead of 50. That's 4 times as much. That's kind of silly. So, I want to like get new trains. What's it going to take for trains and railway stage 2? We're working on intermetallic stage 2, there's battery stage 2, machine component stage 2. Nuclear freaking research. Can we like clear the log and like focus on trains? I have no memory of what I was working on. I remember vaguely getting mad about stupid bees. But they're making babies again, it looks like. Some are. Hold on. Why? So we have a problem. There's too many. How many empty barrels and eggs? I did not like this system that Purcell set up here. I researched combinators and tanks. Oh yeah, I made a thing. Why did I spend so much time on that? It was fun though. Sometimes I get fixated on the silliest things. Now we have to compare. Hold on. I have another one. Okay, so we're gonna compare a simple wooden chest. There it is. Look at it. It's a wooden chest. Wow. Most basic of the basic. I wonder how much storage capacity it has per unit. We're gonna throw down our this thinger. We're going to assume that we're using, I don't know, Corlex milk barrels. Oh, also, I made a blueprint that I recommend everyone add to their I'm gonna add to the game lobby thing. These two, single feed test and split lane feed test. I'm actually gonna put it into a tiny book and call it something like Test World Helpers. What it does is, I'm gonna put this on my bar somewhere. I need to get rid of some stuff. When am I not using it anymore? This one is just like so much more useful. Alright, game blueprints, test world helpers. I'm gonna put this here, I guess. So you just go, I want a parameterized thinger. Like, give me, a feed of small parts. Done. So much faster. There's one for split lane test. Give me this one and this one. Done. Go. No more looking up resources, no more typing, no more having to like click on a machine, press Q, then press E to close, then open up the thing, then click. Well, it's a fluid, so I can't do it there, but you know what I mean. Very helpful parameterized blueprint. I want to make one more though for the this thing. You don't use fluids nearly as often, so I hadn't thought about it yet. Boom. Easy peasy. Have I seen the new Binding of Isaac game about cat eugenics? No, but I have heard, for some reason, this came up not too long ago. Apparently the guy who made Binding of Isaac has made like 12 different games about dead babies. Which is a little strange. Alright, anyway, what's the math here? So we're doing a simple wooden chest that has 16 storage slots. We're going to fill it with milk. Well, not empty barrels, obviously. That wouldn't really simulate how much fluid it can store, right? This would be filled milk barrels. Simulation's not real if I don't actually, like, put them in there. So 16 stacks of 100 barrels, each barrel containing 50 fluid. That's 80,000 fluid. That's almost as much as the largest storage tank. And guess how many tiles it takes? Just one. There it is, it wins. Well, that was easy. The lowly wooden chest. It's ridiculous. We should be using barrels. A lot more. I make like a... I wonder if there's a smart way to, like, read how much fluid is available and make sure there's at least enough for one barrel full, and then pump only enough to fill one barrel so that you could like zero out the resource. I'm almost certain it's possible. I remember somebody did something like that with controlling the fuel stuff on the spaceship in order to min-max the thrust value. I was just thinking maybe we could create like an omni barrel or just pump every liquid into it. It would just automatically barrel them all up forever without having to set any recipes. But that's playing with combinators again. I've already done that a lot. Research finished in infinity time. Why? Because we don't have any good alien samples, because we are making one right now. I think it's probably time to add more than just one gene lab. Let's go up to 4. Maybe I'll move this one there. Oh, this is not gonna work. No, this is definitely a better situation that is better. I'm just gonna treat it like a vanilla, oil refinery. These buildings are too tall. It's so hard to see what's going on. Load-bearing power pole. We have a mod that we did not have last time called something. I have no idea what. If anyone wants to read through the massive list of files in here, like, something about pipes. It was something that Rygaard recommended. Basically what it does is, it doesn't fix the problem where if you try to do this and, like, drag... Why is that so dark? I guess it's normally that dark, I'm just... But when you click drag, and then you try to make a turn, using like the R key, well, what'll happen is completely different behavior than when you are doing belt. So if I press R right now, it'll turn, but it'll completely fail to make the corner, which is really annoying, because the R functionality on belt is really good, now that I'm used to it. Usually what you end up doing is you, like, try to go, like, you're almost always underground, so you want to come out, but then instead of having to, like, select a little stub and then go back to the other one, watch this. Click. And it just does it. Watch this. When you place one right here, it just does it. You don't have to do it. It's automagic. Automagical. So that's the new mod. Be aware. Man, we have like 10,000 robots, but they are so slow at getting anything done. 9,821 taking a break while 30 of them do all the work. Alright, let's play the move the fluids around game. Need to hook up to this stuff. Perfect example of a automatic corner. The Corlex milk is the one that's there. It looks similar to some of the other colors, but it is definitely not the same. Okay, I think we need to go down one more here. Open up another angle here. Ugh, one tile short from being able to go into the building. Damn. Well, I guess we connect in on the other side then. Nope, not that one. This one lines up pretty well. Two down. The last one is the Arcade Venom, which is this one? Yeah. Nice, that one's already up there. Wait. Boom! 4 of them working. Nice. You can set the darkness. Yeah, that's a setting that I changed. The reason why it's so dark per player. And then somewhere in here under the pipe visualization overlay opacity 0.9. If I lower that, then whenever I have the pipe interface open, see how it's now much lighter out? 0.9 is actually really high, but I guess I usually like it. It's just, I don't know, it threw me for a loop there for a sec when I was looking at it. Maybe I'll try like 0.8. See how much darker it is? This makes it a lot easier to see the colors of the pipes. Like you're going underground. Right, so why is there... We have Arcade Venom, which makes me think that the Arcades are working kind of okay. We're low on Relesias, wow. That's surprising. Only 2 stations. Okay. There's a big series here that aren't working. Because there are no Relesius seeds. I think this I need more seed production. Crap, I meant to leave that task thing off. Run it. According to this, that is enough seeds. Perhaps the logic isn't perfect on when the seeds are sent out. Yeah, it's just like a splitter. Okay, well those two both dead end, so it should just be... Oh no, it is priority left. And how is it not enough seeds? Am I blind? Was it over the rate limit? Only 12.31 seeds a second. We need more pretty flowers for the bees. There's a mod setting that allows you to connect. Yeah, I think for like design or balance or something, they don't want you to be able to mix niobium pipes with iron pipes. I remember also seeing a setting where you can pipe weave with just plain iron pipes. Like, that sounded kind of interesting for this mod because there's so many fluids, but at this point I'm actually pretty happy with just being able to really easily see what's going on underground. Like, look at here. I wish that the RoboPort wouldn't turn on though at the same time. The RoboPort lines are really superfluous when you're trying to do pipe management. The problem is, like, I guess in remote view, it assumes that you want to issue a command. One thing that's kind of funny, look at the size of the screen. Because I've got the mod that lets me zoom out so far, whoever made this mod, I think it was actually Rygard, assumed that the player would never be able to see this edge and only darkens the screen in a certain area around you. And it's not big enough if I'm way zoomed out. Kind of funny. So I was thinking about these things more because I did that experiment and determined that they are like literally almost twice as good as the second best. And like 2.5, 3 times better than most others. But they're kind of weirdly shaped, right? It's a 2x2. But they've got pipe connections only on the edges. And then I realized something, finally, out of the blue. Oh, just do this. And now they're actually all connected to each other, and you've got access here, 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 which means that you can go out in so many directions. There's so much room for activities. Like, seriously, look at that. It's so pretty. You just have to organize them in a weird way. The 2x2 is the most efficient. I know, I did a thing. Look, I made this. Well, you don't need all these outer pipes. I'm just illustrating all the different ways you could connect. Like, you can easily get out of there. you compare it to like, I actually missed one. Compare it to a vanilla pipe. Not pipe, storage tank. Which only has the, like, 4 edges, but... Yeah, it's got there, 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 and there. And that gives you a lot of control, because you can go, like, off in 3 different directions from each of them. They kind of conflict with each other a bit. And then you can also do the thing where you, like alternate them. They touch each other. Kind of reminds me of that, the way this one works. It's so pretty. And if that shape doesn't work, then you can always rotate it. But the other thing we can do is just keep on making a bigger and bigger diamond. And it holds so much fluid. That's 16. 480,000 fluid in a footprint that's like so tiny. I bet it's still less overall space than a 100. Yeah, look at that. There's the 100 kiloliter tank. It's massive. Is it? No, wooden chests are, wooden chests are 80,000 per tile. If you barrel stuff up, it's a no-brainer actually that wooden barrels, or sorry, a wooden chest holding barrels beats every single fluid storage device we have, which is hilarious. Ooh, interesting. A deposit. I wonder. I mean, it's a big entity, but 800 times 100 barrels each times 50 fluid. That holds 4 million fluid. And how big is this thing? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 by 9. 81 tiles. Not as good as a simple wooden chest. Barrel trains are 4 times as efficient as our current fluid cargo wagon. Empty milk barrels stacked to 100. Filled milk barrels stacked to 100. Oh, so the milk is special. Looks like a lot of these actually do only stack up to 50, though. Still, that means that they are twice as good as our fluid wagons. Okay, back to the why aren't we doing research question. We're making science in most of the places. Balance each other out, please. Wow, those requests are really tiny. I'm just going to multiply it all by 10 so that trains take the bringing of science to the main base seriously. This thing is requesting 1,200 moss, but there's only 40 on the way. Like we are falling short on moss production again. Look at all these machines that aren't running. Oh my god, of all things we don't have enough stone? How is that possible? But we have 94,000 stone. Why aren't the trains doing a better job of moving this stone around? Is it because there's just like a ton of different places that are all low, but they have a little? Or what? I don't even see how that adds up to 92,000. That one's got a bunch. So what was that one? One thing that was really weird last night, I don't know how it happened, but all of my keyboard shortcuts that I had changed from vanilla got rebound to something else. Like back to the normal setting. I did not like it. Vectorio updated? Why would that cause my keyboard shortcuts to change? Okay, I am looking for the moss, which is down here, and then I need to compare that to the nearest stone mine, see if it's not tapped, and then move it. Some stone really far away up there. Let's see. 5 million. For funsies, let's just see what happens if I were to, you know, move it all the way across the map. Nothing bad would happen, right? I can just remember where the moss grows. That is seaweed. Crap, I lost it. Oh, is it in here? So it was 5 million, it is now 2.8 million. Worthy trade. Good trade. I'm happy with that. Seems like no matter how many aliens we kill, there's just never enough of the stuff. You guys bring my drills yet? How many was that gonna need? Wait, did I go to the wrong moss place? No, it's right here, okay. 37. I have 35. Close enough. Wait, you made a science brick? On the edge of the lake, like 2 bricks from the bot mall. The lake in the middle here? Next to automation science, or? Oh wait, this is not the best way to mine this crap. I always forget to not use the frickin' mining planer on stone. It's the only, like, ore that you mine that produces 2 goods. Which means that it's perfect for splitters. Suppose I probably should have added that to the blueprint so I didn't have to do it manually. Whoops. Okay, so how do we actually get power in here? We don't have better power management yet, still. Whatever. Don't look as I don't. Yeah, I'm not gonna look at any kind of tech. That'd be ridiculous. Where'd all my freaking stuff go? So this is triple stacked stone. 24 stone in each piece of transport belt. Super well stacked. That one does 36 total stone per second, so that's too much. Okay, looks like 3 machines is the most we can actually support. So that's the same number of machines. As long as I do a little wiggle waggle, I should probably be able to get it full on both sides. This one's quite sad. No belt. Well, the whole point is to get some of this stone over into the thing while it's still stacked so that the stupid moss can grow. How did I get over here with no belt? Created the first aramid fiber. What does that do? Surely one of these random stations has metal in it, right? There's steel. Why can't I make belt? Because of iron. But of course. I don't have any ingredients to make that underground belt. Nice. Whoops. Okay, this is being maybe too aggressive and kicking all my iron out of my actual hand. Maybe I messed this up yesterday. I still do a lot of pocket crafting of spot materials. Okay, so if we go into the warehouse, then we lose the stacking effect. So I'm just going to, I guess, count the number of rows. There are 9. 9. Gross. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah. Y'all got any of them 3 to 9 splitters? Balancers? I'll just give the top 3 stuff. I'll just give the bottom 3 stuff, because I can't get to the top, because the thing's too big. Okay, I gotta be careful. That broke the logic that this thing is using to choose its recipe. Damn. One down. I'm still low on resources. Crap, how do I get to the top one? Too far away. Oh, I totally skipped this one. I just did this one right here. Crap, but I did that one. I'm sure it's fine. There's not any important combinator logic in here, right? It's just stone. Suddenly 5,000 stone? Nice. Okay, so research still says infinite. We must have just burned through a huge backlog of creature bits or something. Because it seems like no matter what, every time I look over, there's something that's really, really short. Either moss or mechanical parts or good alien samples or frickin' zipper eggs. Like, always something. Is it time for a new moss recipe, or do we have a moss turd? We have a moss turd. With the moss turd for bioreactor. Right. Oh, we do have third moss. Time for third moss. Well, I know what I'm gonna do now. Like, none of the recipes for moss are using level 3 recipe. Okay, I think this might be one of the original ones that I set up that uses the logic to switch between the different recipes based on what's available. Let's find a machine that's not working, and I want to see what happens if we choose the third recipe. You know what we also should be doing is going for a Moss Mark II. Okay, I'm gonna do that first. Okay, how do you play this game? Moss Mark II. The recipe it's used in. We need to first chance the 2%. I assume. I highly doubt we already have any. Otherwise we would have enough moss. Is it just me, or is there muddy sludge like right near me? I remember bringing it to the mall at one point. I brought all the fluids to the mall. This is my playground. That's creosote. Money. Alright, if I was muddy sludge, where would I be? There it is. Appear to be out of Zogna bacteria. I could set up a swastika. I have 4 machines collect from this one chest. That'd be... Get me off Twitch probably, though. Being mean. or whatever. Being a bad person. This also requires moss to be in it to actually work. Fortunately, all of our moss is quite far away. Not within long reach distance. Wait, you're bringing some. No, don't put them in there. I'm guessing that I'm going to need to create some muddy sludge locally. Probably not going to be able to sustain constant moss farming or trying. Can't make moss farms because I can't make a bioreactor. Because I simply lack the iron. Having entities be also modules is kind of weird sometimes. I don't have the setting on with even distribution that like messes things up, but it still seems to be weird sometimes. See how it just did it? I thought that if I turned off that setting that it wouldn't do it at all, but apparently it can still do it. Even distribution is just the worst in this one circumstance. That was quick. That was super fast. 2% chance every, just like, you know, right away. Alright, so now that we have a Moss Mark II, we can do... Ah, damn, I need 2 of them. X Phase 2 Moss Cultivation and Harvesting Recipe. Well, that was easy. What the hell? Alright, I'll take it. Need liquid manure. I highly doubt is already here. So we'll just bring a shipment of it. Ground samples we've got. I think everything else is actually coming. It's just the xenogenic cells. Just take, like, dying animals and stuff. Okay. Do we have oxygen? Too many fluids. The space is too big. Maybe I'm lucky and we have barreled oxygen somewhere. Nope. So the problem is if I go up there and I barrel some oxygen, it won't be ever like sent to the train grid because it's going to be small quantities. And yet this thing doesn't export oxygen. Can I just go yoink some maybe? I could also just, you know, make it out of water or something. It's like I was never here. Okay, so this is gonna make 2 moss definitely become 5 moss every time I do it. Assuming it's not a very fast process. What does it say? 100 second craft time, okay. Oh, is this a liquid? It is a liquid, shit. Where'd my liquid manure go? They seriously not deliver any? Doesn't seem right. No stations provide liquid manure. That doesn't sound right at all. I definitely made... I do have shit. I made shit. There's an AUG pooping place somewhere. Somewhere on this map, at some point in the past, in the past 198 hours, I made a poop place. I spell Og. There's 72,000 manure here. How is there no liquid poo? I could have sworn I set it up to make... Oh, I made manure bacteria. Let me see. That's totally not the same thing, apparently. I could go barrel it up and bring it over and just be done with it, but I'm gonna go fix that station to have it export liquid manure. I just think that I'll regret not having done it, because I am regret not having done it already. 72,000 og poop. I probably should have checked to see what it takes to actually, make the stuff. Bioreactor that I probably don't have. Nice. It's just manure and poop. And water, rather. Watch, we probably have manure, like, at the train station, and I just can't play right. 2,900, yeah. Just take me home. I thought so. This is a train that doesn't have a grid in it. Story of my life. Now I'm going to request manure. Please bring me your fecal matter. This doesn't seem reasonable. Did I turn off fluid management or something? Why do I not have any stuff? I've got poo-poo. Alright, making moss. Slowly. What kind of scale should this have? Like, we need moss. Alright, let me go do some math. If I were to look at the moss brick, moss brick makes 22.32 moss per second. Right now. That's using the level 1 recipe? Because it does not detect stone yet. Now detects stone. So by having the stone, we gain 2.5 times extra increased output. We're not even gonna consider the level 3 recipe yet, but if we had Moss Mark IIs in every single module slot, I gotta rotate every other. Or, you know, I could just, like, use the upgrade planner, because, like, that's kind of what it's for. Alright, now, with Mark IIs, we are going to nearly, I think, more than double moss production in this one place. It just takes 279 things times 15. Just need 4,185 Moss Mark IIs, easy. More importantly, we have this new recipe to consider. We just have to introduce coarse fraction. Kind of, overall use are we getting? Wow. 30 stone per second? Barely. Well, Double check that the pipes didn't get reversed when I did that. Now just the top row by itself could do 48. This is, what, 3.5 rows altogether? So I'm calculating it'll go to about 168 if I do all that. And we'll need 35 course fraction per second, spread across all the different things. So now it's just a question of how do we feed the course fraction to it. I'm kind of new, but didn't leave enough space to add new ingredients. Well, can do something squirrely. Okay, so they were outputting on this, which ends up going through the middle. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to put the stone underground, and we're gonna go through here. Go underground. Come out. Back in. Go underground again. Repeat. Think that'll work? Probably, maybe. One thing I didn't consider is power. There's little gaps everywhere. I can put tons of poles. Should be fine. Well, in theory, if this row makes moss, it's 24 per second, which is not going to overload 2 belts. But wait, were they set to the 3rd recipe? Only the top was. That is going to overload 2 belts. Well, we'll just have to get as much as we can. Okay, do that, and then if you want as much as you can, I designed it so that it will do so with recipe 2 and Mark II moss. You're doing the thing again? Oh, why'd you do it that way? You just want to design a new one with Mark III? Like, Mark III is better. The Mark III recipe is more important than the modules being Mark II. Because if you think about it, you're going from like plus 1,500% or something just to get back up to a crafting speed of 1 or 2 or whatever. And even if every single module ends up being plus 200% instead of plus 100%, you're not going 2 or 3 times faster. You're only going like 50% faster than you were. And it takes 4,000 Moss Mark IIs to actually turn on that bonus. Whereas, I forgot to give this an output, whoops. Whereas if you, words. Do I not have a regular steel chest? Yeah. Well, I guess I'll use a big boy. You're doing the thing where you decide the way someone did something is wrong and bulldozing your way over it. Well, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm just sitting here now. I just don't understand, like, why you wouldn't want to plan for the... Wouldn't it just be better to not do the Moss 2.0 and just use the 3rd recipe instead? I bet the return on Moss is about equal from both upgrades. Is there a way to stack items double, triple on a belt or on a loader? Something in the game called a stack loader? but I don't think we have it unlocked yet. Comes with... it's unavailable. Don't know why. Oh, we just have a few prereq... Oh my god. Oh my god. Just a few prerequisite technologies. But why is the stack loader after the express loader? What? That's weird. Anyway, the stack loader will not be available for a long time, but we do have regular loaders. Sorry, regular stack inserters. These things are kind of strange. They're 1x2 instead of 1x1, and they do stack. But they take 1.5 megawatts constantly. I think there's a setting for whether or not you get the stack loader stuff. Enable belt stacking. Separate stack loader. I mean, we could just change this setting. I don't understand why the tech is so far gated behind stuff that it's only on the third tech itself. Like, I feel like we should be able to research it right now. Nah, belt stacking would trivialize the issue we were just discussing. If instead of all the belts moving 15 items per second sometimes and 45 items per second other times. And we've played for 200 hours, we don't even have a red transport belt yet, but it would instantly triple our potential throughput. Then we could have Mark II MOS with Mark II modules, or Mark II MOS with the third recipe. It'd be crazy. They're still requesting it? I think it doesn't count them if they're in transit. Three. visual indicator for how much moss we have. Yay. I can just sit here and watch it do the moss thing. Let's include the moss that's there and include the moss that's in the machine. "13 Moss Mark II. Wow. These moss don't look like they're fancy, but they must be Moss Mark II, right? Yeah. Actually have a lot more than that. 31 now. How long can this run without a replenishment on the Xeno bells? Got 1,000 in there. And the oxygen's gone, so we need to make some more oxygen. Surely we have some water nearby? Okay, that makes enough. And a little bit extra, so I think I'm actually gonna delete this and create a oxygen barreler here now instead. Only 5 per second, but I want to have oxygen barrels available the next time I need them. I guess this process should get turned off. Only a 2% chance to add more. Zogna bacteria seems to be not doing great. Just a requester station, no provider station. Oh wow, that makes a lot more than I expected. These only need like 0.58. Also, I have no idea what we're doing with the sea sponge stuff. I'm assuming it's related to science. Yeah, it's part of the cytostatics, right. That's what these are. Well, they need to keep running then. This mod has so many cool sound effects and like machines and stuff. Like, have you ever noticed like the little sound effects? Like if you go look at the... Listen to that background sound for the... It's kind of eerie. I don't know. There's just like sound effects all over the map. I don't know what... I think I'm hearing this, the electrolyzer, right now. This thing is making 4.25 xenogenic cells. Which is well more than we need, but there's not enough bone meal. Now also the oxygen is failing to split the way that I'd like. Okay, that should force oxygen into this thing. Makes me feel like I should probably barrel that stuff too. I wonder if you like... From the very beginning of your run, just immediately sought out to barrel all of the things. How that would change your play by this stage of the game. If your entire solution for moving all the fluids and dealing with fluids was just barreling and unbarreling. Well, I need another project, I guess. Oh, also the Xeno whatever cells should only... Same thing as this. I love the Alt Q to craft, by the way. So cool. Craft one item. When are you working on demo? I was working earlier today on putting together a an improved vanilla like plan. I needed to unwind from all of the Pyanodons, so I just have a slightly casual game of vanilla going. You know, while I'm resting from playing Pyanodons. Which I keep doing for some reason. I wonder if I can make this blueprint better. Like, I wonder if there's a way that I could... not have to set the recipe. I guess, yeah, okay, hold on. If I only, like, use it in circumstances where it's an overflow, then it doesn't matter at all what the fluid is for providing barrels. But for requesting, you still have to specify. A 1,000 barrels is probably way too many, right? That's 50,000. That's requesting a fluid train. Too much, probably. I got a curiosity. I'm just gonna make a barreler here. I'm not gonna say anything about hot air. Circuit network conditions will not be enabled, but if I just change the way that I do this... No, it's probably still better to keep track. Want to fix plastics. I mean, I could look at it. I've looked at plastics before, and every time I have, it's... Plastic is, like, made at the same rate, it seems. You'll have 3 different recipes. I remember that last time I looked. Well, 4, I guess. Look at how tiny that machine is compared to the other stuff. 1 plastic a second. 1 plastic a second. 0.66, 0.66. We have Cassian. Formaldehyde is usually used to make circuits, but... I'm guessing it's the melamine that we would want to use. At one point we had a bunch of it. Yeah, we have 17,000 here. But even if we made it, it's still only 1 per second. Yeah, anyone can join. We've been playing for a long time. We're 199 hours, 4 minutes and 40 seconds through this playthrough, so just be aware of that, but also you'll need a strong computer. Honestly, this actually does seem like something that the bots can fix. If we just set requests for melamine high enough, then they will automatically bring it from the trains. You wanted plastic, huh? Password is lowercase ruby, yes. I see no reason to not take advantage of some of this space. You wanted plastic. You're gonna have a lot of plastic. Until the melamine runs out. Look at the melamine! The swarm! No reason for these to be fast inserters. There's nowhere near enough supply of them. Actually, I do need 2.1 input. I'm just doing my best to keep the bots employed. They deserve it. They're good little robots. So about that melamine. I don't show any in logistics anymore. We'll see how long it takes for it to disappear. Look at these happy little inserters. Why do we have 300,000 biomass in logistics? Well, these machines right here have been running non-stop. I'm wondering if there's not an export for it. We needed biomass for something at some point. I only worry about getting stuff to the bot mall. I don't really worry about getting rid of it. I want all of the stuff. 300,000 biomass is significantly less than infinity. There are no burner assembly machines in logistics. No simple circuit boards. Really? No simple circuit boards on logistics network. That really sounds to me like something must have broken. Yeah, we're down to 482 circuit boards at the provider station. And it's not making any because there's no printed circuit substrate. We should maybe consider doing more, like, logic at these train bricks that, like... I mean, just like a simple, like, I don't know. We could like modify this clock or use the clock and like keep track of when the last time something failed to produce or succeeded in producing, and then do a global alarm if it's broken. Like finding out hours later or never that something's not producing is really bad. And then every time you gotta stack trace, stack trace. Stuff for Formica. Formica is a thing. Formica is usually imported here. But it's not being imported because there's only 800 available. Because it's not being made because there's no fiberboard. Is fiberboard just an import? No, it's made somewhere in here. Doesn't look like it, but... I'm just like blind, I can't find it. Is it this? There's too much black liquor? We've got too much black liquor. Follow the liquor. Tall oil is also sitting at the cap. Well, this is really close by. I'm gonna just want to walk over there and fix it. Hey look, there's no signs happening. Awesome. This time it's because of Paragon. I have no idea what Paragon is. I'm not gonna try to stack trace another problem. Which one of these looks like fluid? This? Yeah, no liquid. That makes sense. You don't necessarily need both, but it's really cheap and it's just guaranteed, and I don't want to have to do the research to make sure. I guess we're just going to dump liquor out now, assuming that that pipe got built. Oops. Of course, I also just gave it a ton of potential storage. Single little line of 7 things is what? 7 times 30,000? 110,000 extra storage? I have a lot. Void if liquid greater than X? Don't need to. That's automatically handled by this overflow valve. Allows fluid to flow if the input fluid level is higher than the threshold and higher than the output. So if the storage tanks are 98% full, then it automatically turns on and lets the, whatever this is, X, go into this little pipe. This pipe is connected both a disposal sinkhole and a disposal gas vent. Whether it is a liquid or a gas or whatever, it doesn't make any difference. Any fluid will go away. It'll either go into the hole or it'll go out the other one. We don't have to worry about this being wasted because the pumps try to force it into the actual train stops, which are disconnected from the storage here. This is extra storage. This is a kind of a crappy version of the bigger one that I made. I don't remember when I did that, yesterday or the day before. I added it to the rail grid. So now if you throw down rail, and then say you've got your inputs and outputs. You request a whole bunch of fluids, you do some stuff to it all. And then in the end you end up with a 9 fluid provider. That's great and all, but you should also add the 9 fluid overflow, which also snaps. So it just tacks right on to the regular fire station. And it gives an extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 30,000. Double pumps to force it into the train very quickly, and both overflows. No wires, no need to like think at all about whether it's a gas or a liquid or whatever. It'll just kill it. And there's an extra pipe here to connect from the actual like produced products, since these things are kind of weird and there isn't actually easy access to them. So works pretty well, I think, probably. I guess 1,000 barrels is not as much as I thought. Okay, I need to update my barreler back to use. Request 100 to make barrels, but hey, why are there 200 barrel? What? Already done this before, huh? That's funny. This barreling machine is barreling it. This barreling machine is also barreling it. Okay. Well, that's a little silly. How's that plastic doing? It's completely shut off. Products finished 36. Looks like all these machines ran somewhere around 30 to 40 times. So we made about 4,900 plastic, and now we have no melamine, I'm guessing. All gone. And there's no more coming in. Weird. Because there's too much carbon dioxide? What on earth is going on with this pipe area, man? Why is the carbon dioxide completely full? It can't be good. Just a little release, if needed. Formaldehyde's also completely full. That's good though, I think, because it's used for making the formica. I haven't looked at turds in a while. Still have all these that are unselected. I know a little bit more about some of these creatures now. I think did we talk about the 2-for-1? I think we did. And then we decided to not take it yet for some reason. The Zifoi makes a little bit more sense to me now. It gives, it's some sort of like fish thing, and I think when you kill it, you get... Yeah, it's one of the sources of arthropod blood, which I now know that I need. No brow, cat. No brow. Oh, I think he's unable to get in the room. Any plan to play the EU5 update? As soon as the actual beta's over and it's released, I'm thinking I will, yeah. Oh, and it's interesting. Instead of wastewater, we could get acetone. We could take the... Instead of having a wastewater byproduct that we might not have value from, we instead use wastewater and then gain acetone and more larvae. And it does other stuff later. What is acetone for? A way to make aromatics? No, not a way to make aromatics, it's wrong. It is used to make organic solvent and ammonia. And methyl isobutyl carbinol. MIBC. Mm-hmm. I understand some of those words. Hexafluoroacetone. I can't tell if I'm getting smarter or dumber playing this game. Like, I'm learning, I mean, I know these words. I've heard most of them in my life before, but like, just like casually using them in daily speak, like, yeah, I just need to I just gotta get some, a little bit more hexafluoroacetone and mix it with, acid gas and I'll make some fluoride. Formaldehyde. Formica. Circuit boards. What? Well, at most, this thing can make how much melamine? 24 per second. So I obviously overbuilt it. One one set of this can eat all that. If we just add one more, let's do it this way. That will eat 24. Let's just get rid of the rest of it. You said you wanted plastic. I made plastic. I made 5,000 plastic. And then immediately ran into another production shortfall. Like you do. But for a short period of time, the bots had jobs. Wait, am I a dummy? Did I forget to remove their, like, restriction on product, on output? Or do they just fill up all the plastic? All the, providers? I feel like plastic is, like, useful in Vanilla Factorio, but I don't even know what plastic is for. It's probably, like, the third step in a 17-step process to make something. But serves no practical purpose directly. That kind of thing. Might as well at least put this closer to the bot mall. It's only going to be 6... Well, however many this is. You have a new home, robots. It is up here. Alright guys, it's almost 6:30. I'm gonna have to wrap up from this fairly soon. I know it's only been a 2.5 hour stream so far today, but losing energy quick. Absolutely never want disposal sinkhole to activate on the Arcad Venom. So let's just give it a wee bit of storage. You know, just a wee bit. Yeah, I say that'll do it. Probably. Oh, I actually blocked its ability to store? No, I didn't. So just out of curiosity, how much can this hold? 42 times 30,000 plus the storage tank with 65k. 1.3 million Arcad Venom. And keep in mind, we only get 30 of it for killing 3 Arcads. These buildings or these little storage tanks are so ridiculous. I'm enthralled by it, but it's also completely overkill and pointless, but... Is that straight? It is. Nice. That is a lot of brick. Honestly, with that much brick, maybe we should start doing the... We've had it for a long time, but there's a recipe where you can just crush brick into stone on site. There are places that need stone, like the moss farms and other stuff. We have all this brick doing nothing. Of course, it costs 1 megawatt just to run the damn thing, so not very efficient, but... Speaking of efficient, how are we doing on power? 1/3 of capacity. Slowly continuing to expand the tidal farms. We just have a clean 2,000 of them. Nice. Look at these guys pretending like they know where everything is. Crazy bastards. Yep. Barrels of blood. This is my barrel empire. It's slowly growing. I started with milk. Only 10 subcritical water barrels. I remember making that over here. Part of science or something. Wonder why that stopped. And what the hell is a paragon? Oh, it's related to the subcritical water. Subcritical water is right here. And it's overflow? Overfilled? Why aren't we barreling more? Goes over here. Guess I forgot to barrel it. Oops. I'm only making 5 decal a second. I don't think I ever came back to this and ratioed stuff properly. Totally doesn't sound like something I would do, right? I already have ammonia. Did my big Pyanodons thing ever get built? Products finished 61. There's no blue liquor. Probably have absolutely no arthropod blood. No Pyanodons because no arthropod blood. Therefore, none of this works. We have managed to make 2100 vanadium pentaoxide though, before we ran out of arthropod blood. Then you check on emptying barrels of arthropod. Yeah, we need to make more arthropods. Which makes me think we should really strongly consider this Zephoy upgrade. The third one. Get more larvae, which means we get to kill more of them while still being sufficient, and I don't know, get an extra source of acetone. But probably should wait till part of a new session to decide. At one point we had a ton of zip ears. Still have 1,400. That seems like too many. Clearly what we need is more buildings that rip apart lobsters. God, it's a huge building though. This is where we kill the shellfish. This won't work, dummy. I have not given any of the inner machines any access to, anything. Bring forth the lobster. Alright, watch. Gonna kill a lot of lobsters. Moving to the country. Gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Except that in this case, the peaches are arthropod blood. Altogether, this makes a massive 52 arcad blood a second. It's not very much. But it's better than 0. Didn't I just do subcritical water? No, subcritical water is here. I just have a limit of 10 for some reason. Long time ago, before I updated the numbers. Is the artificial blood? Ugh, I'm only requesting 10 artificial blood? That's not... Problem is that I don't know where artificial blood is actually made. I think it was over here. Yeah. And that's the Flutec PP6, which is cobalt fluoride, blah, 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 which is cobalt extract, which is cyanic acid. You see? Keep on saying words. There's 37,000 cyanic acid. That's not enough. This machine's way too big. This one wants 37. I would need just 2 of them. I can maybe keep this machine running 24/7 nonstop. Just have to like find a way. We have 6,000 Corlex. We should also be probably murdering them too, if we're allowed to. We don't have a recipe to rip them apart? Hmm. Congratulations, your play has just been stolen to make whatever this is. Just need 3 liquids, and some of them are probably nearby. Nice. Ammonia is. 1 down. Fish hydro lysate. I feel like that is also somewhere around here. Maybe. Either it might not be in a pipe right next to me, but I definitely searched for it or needed it at some point. This is where I wish we still had the find mod. That is bad for performance though. It's really helpful for situations like this. Yeah, but the map sucks. It sucks at finding stuff in pipes. Like... It's like literally right below me. Yeah, I knew I had used it at some point. And it just goes right here and goes into barrels. No, we feed it to the Coralex. Ah, okay. Okay, one last thing. Saline water, which we do have because of the phytoplankton. From where? Right here. It's connected to a lot of stuff right there. One little spot. But I actually do think we have more saline water. Somewhere. Nah, whatever, I'll just tap this one. Can you imagine doing pipes in this mod if you didn't have this darkened display that shows all the colors really, really well? It would be like damn near impossible. Saline water and regular water are touching. Gross. Okay, we're using 9 saline water per second. This one machine might not be able to keep up. Never mind, it makes 50. Alright, now I gotta do with the outputs. We've got cyanic acid and wastewater. Wastewater, I think I do have a pipe for somewhere. Man, this is nuts. Having 5 fluids on a machine. No physical inputs or outputs. It's just wastewater. I could just vent it, but I think there is wastewater somewhere. Ah, this? Yeah. These guys make wastewater too. Right there. Okay, that is our wastewater, and then lastly we've got the actual product. Where was this going? To that machine. We did it! We now have way more than we need, I think. This needs 37.5, and I did 3 machines, so we have 60. Assuming that we have endless stuffs. Does not appear to be connected. Did I connect the wrong pipe? Oh, this isn't connected, that's why. Now we lack ammonia. There we go. For good measure, let's add barreling. How's Pi treating me today? I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've made progress on some stuff. We, should see this thing up here change from research time infinity to actually make progress again, because so far today I've solved a moss shortage, followed by I think we had a plastic or a good alien sample shortage, and then suddenly Paragon's a problem again. A couple days ago it was flavonoids. Like, it's just always something. You know? Right now we're lacking artificial blood. This machine only provides 66% of what it actually wants. So the correct ratio would be 3 to 2 of these. But there's pipes everywhere. There's no space to expand. We'll need another chemical, another one of these. Wait, where was this water even going? This water just dead end? I don't see that it's connected to anything. Oh well, couldn't have been important. I'll tear it down just to find a need for it again in a couple minutes. Okay, I need to make about at least 2 more of those. Which we can almost afford to do. I'll need a little bit more of the cobalt extract also. Alright, let's struggle a little bit harder. This barreler doesn't need to be here. Barrelers just go wherever they can sneak in. That's Declan. I lost my overflow this way. What a mess. I actually don't need this destructive distillation column here at all. I was doing that originally just to bootstrap this, but now I've got 60 antic acid a second. Can't see the pipe. Building's too tall. A barrel up all this ammonia. It's a second requester chest. I don't need two. I think I've definitely freed up enough space to fit a few more of these things. Sulfuric acid is not the same as acid gas. Need to find the actual acid gas line. That's this one. Okay, rare earth oxides and need a bunch more of these. I don't care about this tar. Let's tuck it a little further on the corner. Okay, that's going into this thing. And this thing, question mark? Alright, I still need to deal with the tailings. That's not the right spot, or is it? This guy doesn't have one, that's the problem. Rare earth oxides. That one is actually fast enough to take care of it. Oof, we got a ton of it. What beautiful chaos. You still don't have your cobalt extract? What? But I make 60 cyanic acid a second. I fixed that. Over here. You don't have enough fish? Damn it. There's always something, man. I think I actually had it all ratioed now. Relatively. So it's 3 of this into... No. It's 3 of this into 2 of these. Somehow I ended up with 3, I don't know. I've got a surplus of this thing. And then I need these. Which needs this. I'm slightly shy on the rare earth oxides. But I've got the mixed ores covered. This is a really silly place for a thing that eats ash. Or soot, whatever it's called. Load-bearing power poles. At the end of the day, did I check this machine? Yeah, that one's just 1 to 1, so that one doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the goal is to get now the artificial blood running nonstop. Because the artificial blood is now what is holding up the Paragon. The Paragon is what's holding up all of the science. Again. Remember when I built this thing that ripped up lobsters? They're all dead now. We have negative 8 zippers in storage. 22,000 eggs available, but... Alright guys, I'm gonna have to wrap up I think pretty soon. Kiwi's working on antimony pulp. 58.3% concentrate. Wow. Oh, I like your pipes. Personally, I like the look of the other way, I think. If I'm thinking of the right way. Like, it's just like a regular oil refinery, right? I think it might even be the same size. Maybe I might actually be just doing the same thing you already did. Just sounds different in my head. No, I think this is what you did, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Why do I feel like there's another way to do it? Oh, it's probably the one where you, like, invert the recipe. Yeah, this is a different way to do it. That doesn't work. Not that you needed a different way. But if you wanted to. One's taking both exits. Can't do that. Yeah, it doesn't look nearly as pretty. Anyway, nice pipes row. Huh. Sure would be nice to see some actual damn research happening. Oh my god, they're all working. Except for that one. We have 150. Getting ready to mall trash their way over there. Still going. Why do I have an unbarreling machine for each of these? Or rather, a barreling machine for each of these. That seems a bit excessive. We do not have nearly enough arcades. XYH. What a weird word. 4,000 of them. I'm gonna multiply the actual request amount. I might possibly set this up to change recipes based on which creature we have, instead of just having some on each. Biotechnology machine stage 2. You don't get better machines until 5th science pack. Damn. They're just so slow. It's kind of nuts to me that we're not making a... It doesn't feel like we're ever making any progress in research. Every time I look up, it says infinity. But I keep seeing science run, so... I don't get it. It must run, like, in a very quick burst, and then I just keep missing it. These are going through about 1,440 Ziphoi per hour. We gain the Ziphoi right down here. We only gain 151 an hour. So we are definitely going to run out if I don't scale up the Ziphoi stuff. And also, wasn't there a... There is, yeah, there's a Ziphoi upgrade. Blue larva have a 70% chance to becoming a Ziphoi. This is the one that would get a better recipe with that turd. How is this not enough? Please tell me that this just works. I'd be so happy. One turned on. There will be arthropod blood. That's the last thing I do. Mark 3 seeds. I think I ended up leaving this really poorly ratioed because I just didn't think it actually mattered. I have to do something. Alternative tar recipes to turn into diesel. Yeah, I'm losing track of like what's going on in the base overall. I don't know about you. Confusing. Perfect. Actually, go a little bit closer. Trying to actually free up some space for more of this stuff. 'Cause I know we're gonna need a lot more arthropod blood. Wow, that's so many seed Mark IIs. Do we need that many? I don't know. At this point, I've kind of forgotten what Relesius is even for. Oh, these are sap tree seeds, not Relesius. Whoops. Perhaps I should have capped the production on those. That's a lot of seeds just sitting there. We have 9 whole moss Mark IIs. That's strange. We certainly had a lot more than that before. I'm guessing that they got applied to Moss Farm. There they went. Yep, just waiting on the 1.1 patch for U5. And also, I just want to, real quick, I just want to beat Pyanodons. If that's okay with you. That was my goal. We're 201 hours in. So that means we're close, right? Soon? Alright, I need to do a quick sanity check on this. Like, sap seeds are only used to make sap tree martus. That's it. I should probably stop making this many. But the problem is it's ratioed. That's probably why I did it. Then why do we have so many seeds? Negative 700? And positive 1500. I guess it's not that far off. Oh, they're all in this freaking deposit, that's why. That is not a logistical deposit. No lamps? What? We have 16 lamps. Wow. This is the only place in the whole factory? No. No. I thought that was the only place that we make lamps. We make them in 5 places. Might be a copper shortage. Don't really have any glass, huh? I think we want to make some, bring some molten glass in so that I can make glass here. Because I want to make petri dishes here. We can do science things. I should have checked first if we actually have molten glass available. 87,000. Almost enough for delivery. Seems like we might want to increase the availability of that, though. It's getting kind of late. I don't think we're gonna watch the show tonight. I was planning on wrapping up fairly early, quote unquote. I don't really want to go for 5 or 6 hours. I should probably stop. I just wanted to see some like research progress. I don't understand how there's like no progress. Intermetallics is still at 38%. Kid you not, we're gonna make some fagnot food. Well, not right now, but eventually. Got another plant? Cadaveric rum greenhouse? Come on. Why are there so many plants? There's the Zapier upgrade. I want to read about that. I understand the Zapier. I know them. Further studies reveal that artificial abdominal disengagement of the chitinous protrusion from the sternite of Zipiers is required before males can mate. Considering maturation for a full adult can take decades, it's a valid technique if you don't care about ethics. We murder tons of them. So it will just let us make a much larger zipper farm. Also reduces the crafting time. This increases the crafting time. I think the suicide sex sounds better than this one so far. Because necessary to smelt any extra zippers for their ash byproduct. So instead of getting any arthropod blood, we would just get ash. That's bad. This seems horrible. Suicide sex all the way. All right, we need a fuel. Surely there's something flammable nearby. What's the best, like, liquid to use gasoline? Syngas has fuel value. That works. don't remember why we needed lamps, but I know we need them. Something related with fish. We've lost half of the Ziphoi. I've murdered so many Arcads. I've killed everything. I've killed all of the animals. We have no zipper. Only 2,100... weird word I can't pronounce. And then 160 Arcads. We are running out of things to kill. Means no science. Not that we're making any progress on science anyway. Somehow. Back to a moss problem. Alright, well, we've made some progress. Hawkmore got to play. He was worried I wasn't going to stream today. I managed to, so... Hopefully I'll feel better tomorrow. Sorry about the, no webcam and low energy, but... I'll see you soon.